So, are we ready? We got some emotes ready? Oh, Chris, you're on the case. New game.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Nani? The Adventure of the Great Departure. Okay. Nani? Okay, history, autoplay options. Alright, what's history? No history. Okay. Autoplay? I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber? Is the highest court in Japan. Waiting to decide my fate in orange. Oh no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer! Sorry. Ryunosuke. My name is Ryunosuke Naruto. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yumai University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. This guy's got a Ryu headband on at court? Baller. Baller. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue before I remove your head from its shoulders. Tisk. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosaki? Yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kusama, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yumai University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosaki. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yumai University. Well, he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. And he has a sword. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kuzami. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when this all started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. Like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I would love to stroke his smooth, hairless cock. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. The one empire that is greater than all the rest. You're so lucky to take part in the British Empire, the greatest of all empires. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. Only it was so simple. Oh dear. Look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer and sniff your chair while you're gone. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this, especially with a god like me. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. And then it happened. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh! Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, the case has a personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in his trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before.
As per Chris' request.
I see. I'll go at once then.
Oh,
I shall accompany you.
I'm working it.
Alright then. Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks,
There are just
Kazuma.
cocks just all around me. And I'm working it.
Anime is finally upon us.
This is awkward. If I may. Yeah, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruto, I believe. Yeah, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba.
There are just cocks.
I'm a
just
professor
all around
of
me.
forensic medicine
I'm
at
working
Yumai
it.
University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi has told me all about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in the greatest of countries, Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, they will kill him. And that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task.
I heard he petitioned the change
see,
rule that one
there are
sound
certain
file taking out secretly, so it flat out
peculiarities about today's trial.
There are just cocks just all around me. And I'm working it.
Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
All around me.
Right, so
I'm working it.
There are what all around you?
as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant!
There are just cocks just all around me.
Court is about to
I'm
begin!
working it.
Proceed to the courtroom at
Your
once!
favorite dream is what?
It would seem our surreptitious discussions be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
There are just cocks just all around me.
Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours.
We support you.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway, murderer! This is it. This trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead,
There are just
I
cocks
embarked
just
on that
all around me.
unforgettable trial.
And I'm working it.
This is like watching Samurai Cop.
My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Here we go! Courtroom 2. My favourite courtroom. So this is a courtroom. I want a different lawyer. I want a different lawyer. What's going on with this guy? The Supreme Court of Judicature? No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial? A secret trial? A trial that is closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend? This is really suspect now. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryonosaki. It's about to begin. Jesus, is that the Emperor? What the hell? The court will now hear the trial of Ryusaki Naruto. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin... Alright, we're in court. We're in court, and we've been asked, or the defendant has been asked, to not allow our ace attorney to actually be the lawyer, because if he fails this case, he won't be able to go to Great Britain. And as we all know, going to Great Britain is the key to success for any person. But we decided to let him do the case anyway. So, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how that goes, right? It is. It really is. You do what we get here. Look, you guys got to see the beautiful, clear, sunny skies of the UK yesterday. You know it's not that bad, although it's grey and cloudy today. But that is the way it goes. All right, so let's get into our case. The judge. Before we begin, there is a point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. This is us. We're the ace attorney who wears a Ryu headband. And it's also windy in the court. This is our defendant who's been accused of murder. See you later, Benji. Be good, dude. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Right, so here's the murderer. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Right, so we decided yesterday we'd wait and see. Kazuma is the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. We can't lie in court. But I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. This is no time for lies. He's got a sword in court. I don't know whether this is normal in Japan, maybe. I don't know. I don't know whether the lawyers wear headbands and swords in court, but maybe they do. Try to stop fidgeting. Ryunosuke, it's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his... Yes! What? Is he doing it anyway? Wait, what? What? No! No, 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 no! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I will be defending myself. What? That wasn't the play. You just said that was a bad idea. Why did you do that? You said this was no time for lies. Oh, man. Yes, objection! Objection! Oh, the court's in disarray. What are you playing at, Ryusaki? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you... Oh! It's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. James, you can't be in here rolling around on my floor. Put some clothes on, man. Ask Max. I'm busy, I'm working. Alright. He's not that sick. He's not. Go on. Professor Methuzahla shouldn't have stuck his nose in. That's it. Gavels. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruto-san? Sure. Yes! That's right. Yes, that's it. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Oh, no! We got the meat sweats. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still. Try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. Whoa! That was so slick. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present, including fans and katanas. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruto? Oh, yes. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken. Oh god, I've got to do a test? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning more than I am. Oh no, we've got to do a test. Let's start with the very simplest of questions. Alright, I got this. I could be a lawyer. Yes! Alright. Kindly state before the court the names of the victim in the case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? Yunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. Oh, okay. Well, I can't even find that. I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Okay. I just have to press E for the court record? Alright. No time to lose. Alright. Here's our evidence, people. I'll try to switch to people with E as well. Proof that I'm a student of the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on my collar of my uniform jacket. Is that evidence that I'm a student? What's this, though? Alright, what's supposed to do the thing? You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Alright. Yujin Mikotoba is the professor. Takechi Ouchi is the prosecutor. He would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought around. And John Wilson, the victim in this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So we killed John Wilson? No, we didn't kill him. We're innocent. Everything to do with the current case can be in the court record. Okay, good. Now you better keep better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. I didn't admit to be guilty. I didn't do anything. Find the victim in the people section of the court and press R to present the evidence. All right.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John Wilson. No, we don't need Japanese pronunciation lessons. One second. Alright. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Alright. We don't have much evidence here to, like, save our skin. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Ume University 3 years ago. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire, the best empire, is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. True! And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone here who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Yeah, seems legit. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Ume University, are you not? That guy in his fan is actually baller. Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? This is not how a courtroom works. It's just an argument. But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers, as you should be. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Makes sense, man. Makes sense, though. You upset the English. We'll send football fans over. Do you want that? Because that's how you get football fans. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Oh, here we go. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Alright, we're going to get some evidence. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Oh, tea and cake. Look, they've got little cups of tea. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Alright. The British Empire. Wow. It's incredible. It is. It is. Wait. Dr. John? I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hi. It's not pandering, it's just truth. So I went over to the professor's table, sweating again, and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Alright, next question for the test, Defendant Naruto. Yes? How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John Wilson, lose his life? He was shot! He was shot! We saw him be shot! State before the court the cause of death. We don't remember that he was shot in front of us. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed by evidence. Oh, we can't say anything without evidence. By evidence, but how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Death occurred a little after... Oh, we got a post-mortem. After 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through... Did not pass through the victim's body. Alright. Yes! Yes! There's also going to be a no when I get this wrong, isn't there? There's going to be a no. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Alright, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Autopsy, guys. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way? What kind of backward system is this? Order in the court! That's not fair! Use science! I see, as long as I'm not going to be tested on this. This is a so-called photograph of the scene of the crime. A so-called photograph? You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by powder explosion. True, true. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. It can't have been a very powerful gun then. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence of the record. Photographs? Wait, what year is this set in? What year is it, team? The photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. Just before World War I. Okay. So that's a photograph. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Alright. So we can't be really Quincy on this. We can't get blood samples and whatnot. It's clearly superior to a drawing. Detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answer. Oh, that's all it takes to be a lawyer? Awesome. We're starting the trial? Certainly, Your Excellency. Without further ado, in order to be better apprise the court with the facts of the case. Oh, we get witnesses. We call a first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Is it then? Alright. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikatoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer here today, not me. But that doesn't mean I can't be your assistant. Oh, yeah. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but he can help you, would greatly appreciate. Alright, we're gonna be... Yeah, we're saved. We're saved. We're saved. My first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Alright, now we're giving him shit about his headband. That'll teach him to wear a headband to court. The waiter. Oh, this guy is well sus! State your name and occupation. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. It's got the vid. I mean... Oh, no. I mean, that's not right. What? Okay. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up, blood. Oh, this guy did it. This guy totally did it. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Yeah, he's got a touch of the consumption. He's doing a full-on Charlie Kelly. It doesn't bother me. Right. It really should. Yeah. It really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It has become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. Restaurants. An Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Photographs and restaurants. It really is the modern era. Understood. Hosonaga, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. Alright, tell the truth. At once. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Alright. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. What, during the lunch hour? The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables occupied. Alright, that fits. There's hardly anyone else in the place. You need to get that checked, bro. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. So you didn't see anything? A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. He is facing away from his meal. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand. Did we have the gun in our hand? That's not good.
Yes!
Hold on, let me clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Why would you touch the gun? Oh, it's not like we could do fingerprint testing, I suppose.
Objection!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. Amateur! Chris, we need a yes and a no emote, for sure, dude. The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized? Don't worry. You'll have your chance to fight back. But now we must quietly listen to the witness. For making for 1 point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in the court today. Please wipe your mouth, man. It's so weird. Yeah, without question. Why do you work in a restaurant if you're constantly bleeding from the mouth? I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Wait, what did he just say? You're not paying attention? You should be. There was no one else around the table. What's the matter? That's just not right. There was somebody else there. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Bex did it. There was a woman sitting opposite him at the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed? He must have served them. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Interject! Objection! Just a moment, please.
When did you play the other games, if ever?
Dr. Wilson wasn't
Couldn't
alone
find the
that
vibes
day.
on the tube of
I'm
you.
sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. There it is! Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? Your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I know what I saw. Is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. The waiters must have seen who he was with. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. You did it! You're so guilty! You're turbo guilty! I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Alright, eyes open, team. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. Can we flip this over? However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Because I drew it on the paper, see? It's so true. You're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Wait. 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 Oh, I don't have it in evidence. Aww. It's true, I drew it on the paper! Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. This guy's gonna straight die in the court. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. So the court has now heard a precis of the case. Did I check this thing? Hold on. Examine. Magnifying glass. Entrance, kitchen. Okay. I can't spin it over. I want to spin it over. Anything we can see here? Oh! Hold on. I was wondering if the photograph would show a separate table or something like that. I can't flip it over. Yeah, the chair is facing the wrong way. That X might be marked in blood. Is there anything we can see here? I can't read it, though. It's in Japanese. Well, I assume he was facing this way, right? Isn't that his steak? That's what I think that's his dinner, right? He's sat here. That steak is his dinner. Can't see what's on the other side of the table over there. Okay, let's go back. The other side of the card says I did it. The court has heard the case. Okay. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case. No, no, no. Defendant Naruto. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. You said no one else was there. What the hell? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Screw that! We fight! Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Ikotoba said it. And so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. I'm not guilty. I don't think. Maybe I am. I don't know. Why do we believe this student? Maybe you did do it. I don't know. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. Yet despite knowing that, you're willing to throw that back in my face. Is that it? Wow. Okay, no need to get personal. I just don't want to get sent down for the rest of my life. That's all. What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ! Not guilty! We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out the witnesses. Judo chop! Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is. Oh, God. Indeed. Prosecutor Archie, please continue with proceedings. What's the next guy's gonna have leprosy or something? Many call me a saint, but I could be a devil when I want to be. My, Archie. Rawr. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Jesus, this is so threatening. The guy's so pro with that fan, it's unreal. The prosecution calls his next witness. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, come on. What is that mustache? State your names and occupations. Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa reporting for duty, sir! Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. I conduct my trade from Rasutai, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kuryu Kureta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier, what an unusual pairing. Both of these gents were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other tables the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon, of course. What? And not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curios which may make my business. I can't understand the word that old man is saying. It's not that hard. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He is a tea addict, yeah. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's high class with rich clientele. Right, okay. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Oh, they both saw the murder. Calm down. Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war. War, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantry over there who loaded the firearm, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. He's saying you did it, and he saw you do it. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is decisive evidence to prosecute. Yeah, an eyewitness is, you know, the thing. You've got no defense at all. The soldier is claiming he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear the formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Standing ready to report. Did I hear a baby? Do you have a baby in your pants? Unsavory memories of most acerbic afternoon. I heard a baby. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. A black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. No! 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 He was shot in the front! Objection, Your Honor! I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. There is a baby on his back. Why is there a baby on his back? So you, Sergeant Nupss, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. There's totally a baby on this guy's back. Like, what in the fuck? That guy's just getting a knife out in court. This is messed up. This is so messed up. Alright, affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. This is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Wait, what? You sat drinking your coffee after he was shot? I thought the professor had dropped it, so you didn't hear the gunshot? So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... That wasn't the murder weapon! There was a second gunman. There was obviously a criminal at the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these 2 witness testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. The baby did it! With the soldier's gun! Oh my god! The baby did it! The baby did it! With the soldier's gun! 100% the baby did it, didn't it? It has to be that! It has to be the baby. That is. Oh, Fear! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, dude. Oh my god. Sneaky Fox, thank you for the 5 quid as well. When you play the games, if ever, I couldn't find the VODs on the tube review. Oh, yeah, go to PG Highlights. Sorry, Sneaky Fox. I probably already got that answer. But yeah, PG Highlights, that's all the games we ever play. It's been a couple of years since we've really regularly played World of Warcraft on stream. There it is. You must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine, do it now. As you have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. Alright. We have to get the baby to admit murder. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this. Yes. No, no, objection, objection! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands the right to cross-examine. It's so dramatic, I love it. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of... You can't object to cross-examination. What the hell? What kind of kangaroo court is this? The defendant has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Objection! The defense is asserting a right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it. Whether or not is irrelevant. He's so commanding. I love him. Very well. The defense conducts a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, do we get questions? Alright, this is where the battle really begins. I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that was that what the soldier said has to be a lie. Alright. It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing this is evidence. Right. Okay. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Alright, so we have to say that he wasn't shot from the back, right? Alright then. That's what we've got to do here. What the witnesses saw. I was suggesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curd. What is this? What is this? What's happening? Oh, we have to present evidence against the statements. Okay. At a precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I judged his actions with my own eyes. The black uniform varsity cadet fired at the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Right, evidence, evidence. Photograph.
Yes!
Oh, gotcha! Gotcha, buddy. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir! There's a clear inconsistency. What nonsense. What can this tell us we don't already know? I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. And it proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom. Just say it! Judo chop! Doesn't require an explanation. It could be more plain. Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Oh my god, what is this? If I have to tell you, then you're stupid. Well, I don't think you can do that with evidence in the court. It's like, there's the evidence right there. How is this evidence? If I have to tell you, then you're not paying attention. It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print that there's a clear discrepancy here. Sergeant, yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes! It's the baby! I'm telling you it's the baby.
Yes!
But no, that can't be. And why not? Because? Say it! Take a close look at the photo. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Uh-huh. According to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here as well. How do you explain it? Oh my god. Oh my god, that is insane. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. The judge agrees with us. We're winning. Do you not agree, Sergeant? No, sir. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until that moment, I heard the firearm discharge. My eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yes and No, sir, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. It's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor in this Grand Court. That's right. There's no room for it, guys. Alright, the mood has changed, guys. Victory is at hand. This is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. I was on the floor. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor. Sorry, but what were you doing? Hunting for treasure? Hunting for treasure? Indeed, the Hawira Kaban, my prized coin. Yo! On each occasion when I visited the restaurant, it is my habitude to place my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasu Tai, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I pre-offered my hoi treasure. Believing that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes... After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was. In case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? I'm still convinced it was the baby. I heeded not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. You think someone stole his precious antique and shot the professor as a distraction? Because that proves the baby innocent in that case, and I don't like that. That lamentable day, the precious Hoi Kaban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. The soldier! The baby took the coin and the gun? As I'm sure everyone present is aware, the case has a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front of the gate, but you will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. It could have been the waiter to pay for medical bills. What say you to that? I think it was either the baby or the waiter or the soldier. There's so many potential criminals here. The equally despicable defendant, Naruto. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? The soldier to pay for the baby bills. Could be. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Sir, what, sir? Dude, there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nupss family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, Ted, shut! What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. The true culprit. Okay. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that they were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are That's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Enough of these outbursts. There was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. You call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. I don't think we've got any evidence to counter that testimony we just heard. Like, directly. But we still... It's evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. Prosecution says... Okay. We have photographic evidence of this fact. Hold on. Why are we not getting all the evidence at the start? Indeed, of the table in which the victim was dining, taken by the investigator immediately after the incident. One glass. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Is this the soldier's table? Based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well, but that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. That must be it, right? That's got to be the soldier's table. But the older guy has tea, right? There's no tea at the table. And he was sat with them. Where's this testimony? Just said, like, no room of film for doubt. Yeah, the waiter's picture had 4 seats at the table. It did. Then that I, Ouchie, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires as an honor. True. There are 4 seats at the table. That's a true. None of these tables only have 2 seats, though. They all have 4. Yeah, I think it's the steak. Yeah, the soldier ordered steak, but we don't know what the professor was eating. He could have ordered steak too. How could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall. It's not over yet. Check out the picture of the doctor. Look behind him. Ah, suspect! Wait, we can't see the bit that was eaten, right? Hold on. How many grill marks are they? 4 from furthest left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it? That's a bigger steak. That's a bigger steak for sure. For sure. Did the glass have anything in it? It's a different. That's a different steak. And that glass had juice in it. Look, look. The glass has wine in it. That one has nothing in it. Suspect. Very suspect. What he says is true. There's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth. It's time for cross-examination. Make it quick. Okay. Which evidence do we present from the testimony, though? Here we go. We have to get this right. Oh, we're screwed. The true culprit. Well, he did it. We know that now. He shot him to steal his coin to sell. Even if I saw it wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Alright, we haven't got any evidence against that. Pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I did see. Alright, we have no evidence against that. You can go back. Oh, no. He saw it when he stood up. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Oh, you can go back? Okay, okay. Right, we still have no evidence against that. We have no evidence against that. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, none of the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. He wasn't the only personnel. The waiter was in the kitchen. Yeah, but the waiter wasn't there. He was in the kitchen. What am I missing? What's our evidence? The waiter said there was 3 tables people using. That's not on here, though. No, it's old-timey. Press them for more info. I don't think we could do that, can we? The wall isn't fully drawn in the kitchen. No vase at the tables. Yeah, we know the problem, but I can't see. Oh, press.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know we could do that. You actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As it can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for 1. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before, it's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, none other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. A visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. You think this one? You know it's a lie. Alright. I am really, like, not seeing it, but let's have a go. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. We have no evidence, though. Besides, we need to bring up the tables are wrong. The steak's different. As you've been at pains, as you've been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet no one else who appears to have got a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people in dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in the restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty, is what you expect. It's neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating all that time of day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's pocket jacket. What is that? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. The Hota Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think? It's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Yeah, I mean, enter all evidence. The fuck?
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted to evidence. On what grounds? You smug cunt. The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they are concerned is up for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for submission of evidence. Youngsters are always asserting their rights. Okay. It's a disturbing trend. Add the victim's report card. Okay. Can we translate it, though? It looks like it's in Japanese. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Alright. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Allergic to meat or something? Oh, that would be hot! Oh, I see we got these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. I can't investigate it. Yeah, I can't investigate it. So, and that would have been cool if he was like allergic to beef or something. Yeah, I can't do anything with it. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Karikata-san. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. So we can press without fear of reprisal, right? It's almost the same. Well, it's not, is it?
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. We can't convict someone of murder on opinion. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? Oh my god, he's using the Chewbacca defense. How could I? And yeah, it is undeniable fact that I did blink. Not the same as murder. There you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so? Okay, okay. Alright, we've had that confirmed. Right, should we press this one?
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position. Okay, we've seen this one. Yeah, we did this one. Okay. Alright, whatever. We still have no evidence. Alright, let's press him on that.
Yes.
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember the woman. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. They're both lying! Look at them! This is unreal, dude! Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruto, it's just not. It's not just a case of these witnesses alone. They're so suspect. The way whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. He's wearing brown, not black. How do I prove the colour? If no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this fancy... Maybe the pin? Maybe the pin? Hold on. There's nothing I can say to that. I think we might have cracked it, squad. We gleaned some new information now. But yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. Okay, hold on. Does the pin say... Let me see that report card you got. You mean this? Oh. This is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it a little more detail. I tried! Oh, we're still in the tutorial. I'm taking this first level way too seriously, but I'm intrigued. If the baby did it, I want to be involved. We can flip! Oh, you son of a... Ah! We can flip! God damn it. It's the tutorial. I know, but I want the baby to be a murderer. If the crosshair starts to pulsate, you can investigate further. Okay. Okay, hold on. No, that's the... that's the medical examiner. Hold on. I can't flip this. Okay. Why can't I do it? Okay. Maybe I have to do this next. It won't let me do it yet. Hold on. Here's something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright. Okay, here we go. Dentist. Oh, he'd just been to the dentist? Hot damn! It looks like this medical card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why, with a family doctor, I imagine. I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean, as long as I'm alive. I'm never consulting one. What? What happened? Well, if you're dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. I mean, that's to make you better, though. For which the only cure is bitter medicine indeed. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yeah, I've heard this. Have you heard of this? Anesthesia. Well, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a note from the medical practitioner. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until the anesthetic has passed. Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Yeah, probably. But it's new information. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Yeah. The steak was the woman's steak! Right, not that one. Pointing his gun at the man he was, that young lad in black, that much I saw. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises that confirmed that we were the only personnel present. So it's either that one. Is there any mention specifically dining all by himself? Maybe it's this one, actually. Yeah, I think we go with this one.
Yes!
Will you get your confidence levels up? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks. I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. But you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, so strong. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, here we go. I'm trying to find my words, alright? I'm a bad orator. I apologize. I just need more experience with public speaking, and I'll get there. I promise. Rakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see... What of it? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Slappy hands. Something doesn't add up. You forgot my words so soon, you amateur. You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. Shut up, dude! This is cross-examination. I can do what I want. Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have been doing before that time is completely irrelevant. You are the worst lawyer. You are the worst lawyer. Remember, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness test... I hate this guy. If I have to, like, go against this guy again in a different case, I'm going to be so mad. So mad. The witness testimony to the court has been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Is that what you're saying? Do you believe that? What? The outburst half petrified me, boy. I am now weak and quimless. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Ah? A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Oh, the snot bubbles out here now. Oh, no. Oh, no, dudes. What are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure with anesthesia wears off. What? No. I can't. Barakuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. Oh, not like this. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, just had a tooth removed. Literally, like, Super Saiyan them out of the courtroom. Expertly done, partner. Yeah, it's a shambles! The court's in shambles! What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food on the victim's table. Yes, it's not his! Use your head, ouchie. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Oh, you can't follow the logic. How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryusuke? Yes. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who was eating the beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense of this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. It was the woman that you all pretend wasn't there for some reason. Because you're all spies of the British Empire. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Alright, there it is! It ought to be someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. Objection! You will not let this go. There was no such person. We have evidence! There was because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. You have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Judo chop! Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. I still think it was the baby. I am utterly convinced it was the baby. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma? Are you insane? Although all logic points to the soldier, right? All logic points to the soldier needed the money and stole the coin. I still want it to be the baby. You would take on the government? Oh, yeah. Insurrection time. Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them! These two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out the two of you have deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. We're bringing the whole system down, team. We're rattling some cages. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the murder. Complicit in murder? That's right. Oh, no, no! Hold! He's got his pinwheel out. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. It's a sham trial! Kangaroo court! I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Son of a bitch. That pinwheel noise is kind of distracting. Chris, we need so many emotes. Get on it, Chris. Sham. We need sham. We need them all. What did you just say, Karakuta-san? Oh, we've rattled him. You were just following orders. Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? Music intensifies. What?
Objection!
What's the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true? Oh, Ouchie, you're in it up to your elbows, son. Your balls deep in it, Ouchie. We all know. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel. What's going on? Judo chop! It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. I did not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. You lie, Ouchie! And who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? It was the baby, wasn't it? I bet it was the waiter. Classified? Oh, the baby's gone for the mustache! So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You... Yoinkers! You would... This can't be happening. Ryunosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. Oh, come on! What are you saying? To wield that kind of influence, there's only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the popo. Well, any ideas who it might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue the pursuit. So we need to name whoever... It's got to be the government, right? It has to have been the government to maintain the Great Britain-Japanese Treaty of Rainbows and Unicorns that we heard about before. He said tactical meeting, but he calls everything tactical. He said the stake was regulation. He keeps calling me a cadet. The other guy's not military. We need evidence. We need evidence. Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail, found a new clue as a result. It's the waiter! The waiter's a military man! He doesn't even work at the restaurant! It's all a lie! That's why he's got consumption from his time in the wars! On the back of that card, it says, I am some sort of government or militaristic agent. That's not the only piece of evidence. We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. Can we do it now, or do we need to wait? Ho, 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 ho! There's a plan the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say was there. Exactly. And that's not all. Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh, yes. What is it? No one would use the complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder. Here it is. Here it is. Chief Inspector? Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look. Do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial... It was the police! My heart can't take it anymore. They're all involved. This goes all the way to the top. We need to get the mayor on the phone immediately. I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somewhere here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Chief Inspector. Son of a bitch. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Oh, we're going to get these guys killed. You will be hung from the tallest yardarm. Fetch the plank, people! Please wait. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Your Excellency? Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness was... this guy.
Yes!
Satori Hokunaga-san. Sanaga-san? The waiter? Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make the witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence? For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly was a waiter. What? You truly were? Judo chop. Hit him with the truth! Yes! Go! The plot of the restaurant sketched by the man? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, actually. I meant the back of the card. What? Beg your pardon? There's two sides of the card? Or perhaps I should have said... the front? Yes. It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Good God. Would somebody please explain what is happening? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of this business card. The front of that business card reveals that the man in question's profession, his true profession, the waiter's profession, but that's surely... oh my God. That's right. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Oh, God. The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Play the music! As we crack this case wide open, Brunch. We're cracking it wide open. Yo, this music, though. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Oh, this is a memory. We got a flashback. He did act strangely when I just asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. You mean to say you really are a detective? Why would a detective be working at a restaurant as a waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. No, I was working undercover. Undercover? This goes deep, my friends. We are so far down the rabbit hole. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? You wouldn't believe it. Pears in the soup. Toast on the floor. Wrong side up. That's classified information. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Oh, now we'll just believe you. No problem. Very well, then. Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on the point for the court. On one point. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at that table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required... No, he gets away with it? Oh, come on! Diplomatic immunity? It's popping ice block on the whole thing? Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. So they were going to send me down. I was going to go to prison to protect the police. Shaking my elbows. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, a gun in hand, stood the accused student, sitting opposite the victim at the same table as a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. What does that mean? So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if she was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. What the hell? What are you talking about? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Even its own citizens. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. It's not the Queen. Without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the phantom woman in this case. But it's not right. Wait, are we gonna... do we have evidence it was her? I think we do. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean? UMay University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young woman.
Area classified.
How is it even remotely possible that there's a woman studying?
Hey, Mom.
What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Smart, smart. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. She's none other than... Giselle Brett. A very typical English name. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMay University's medical faculty. What? What's happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. And ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Oh, there's so much scrutiny on the case though, Judge. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. He's got to throw the case away, man. He's got to throw it away to preserve the police, man. The case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. You still want to try me? But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. You still want to convict me? Still? Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosanaga. Yes, sir. You will locate Giselle Brett and bring her to court. At once, Your Excellency. Alright. That means you're going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Don't die while you're doing it, man. Nothing will get in my way. Are you sure? The court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Alright, you guys need to keep it together when Giselle gets here. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Recess is called. To be continued. Alright, that was mission 1. Cool. This is so intense. I'm loving this game. It's so intense. I need water. This is too much talking for me. My throat is so dry. I'm getting a drink. Alright, let's get a drink. Let's call 2-minute recess. Recess, everybody. We're on recess. We're on recess. 2 minutes. Oh, I'm so ready. Are we ready for, like, the half? Have we had a good recess? Oh. We had a good recess. Are we ready? Oh, we've got emotes coming in. Yes! Yes! We've got more emotes. Nice one, Chris. I did yes, no. What's that one? Sham. It's a sham. All right, here we go. Excellent work. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. Gisele's going down. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding. Oh, I love these emotes on the stream, actually. Well played, Chris. Well played, man. They look so good. I think we probably... hold on. I'm going to actually alter it for when you guys get a little... when something happens. Oh. There's a group site. Before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies. Yeah. Oh, it's at 3. It's actually fine as is. Okay. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Wait, do I become the ultimate ace attorney? It's terrifying. If I get through this, I want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha ha ha! Ah ha ha ha! Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at least. Miss Giselle Brett. What's up, Em? Why are the kids poorly? I'm not sure. Wasn't me. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have. I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman, thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Get me careful, someone's going to eat that. Did you see what happened with that? No. I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, the gun went off. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. What? As thinking by the detective, he approached the suspect without a moment's delay. Because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area. Huh. There you are. Well then. Well done, both of you. Oh, is it the professor? It is. Ooh. Why does she appear and then vanish? Professor, well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. Yeah, the gunshot went off after he picked up the gun. So someone planted a gun on the floor. He bent down to pick it up. And while he was picking it up, the gun went off. A different gun. I wanted to avoid a situation that may result in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everybody's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying? He's not going? Well, that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then. It looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in the restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. He said the same thing earlier. What's his personal connection? You don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John Wilson was a visiting professor for UMI. And it was I who invited him. Oh. I didn't know before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Lettuce, thank you very much. Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you, Spazzy. How you doing, buddy? How's it going, pal? And then, how's that little one, Spazzy? Best of luck. Thank you. Right, get me in there, coach. I need you to run an errand to the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Oh, crucial evidence? Of course. Good luck, Kazuma. Defendant Naruto. Court recess is over. Make your way back inside. Let's do it. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? If you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend, coming from you, that means a lot. Stutz, thank you very much for the 4 months, brother. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. But this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You could treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Way for the lads! Alright, we're going in. I have no idea what sukiyaki is. We resume the trial. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Oh yes, against all odds. It took half an hour. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Stripling? Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation's founders? Won't you just go to jail for murder? Do as a good citizen would and go to jail for murder. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Ooh, it's beef. Nice. You really have nothing to worry about, Risaneki. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Judo chop? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England, Ouchie? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, Great Britain, praise be, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Salute. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, the trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. My. She has a tail! And a swan on her head. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Is that true? No idea. So, I'm on it. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is... Not you, you dick. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but not... Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Osanaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Oh, my God. How could this fine lady be described as just a woman? Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Oh, you're guilty of not representing that fine lady. I would have accepted gorgeous, beautiful, or as a better description. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I'm Batman. What? What the fuck? She must be Welsh. It's the only answer. She's got to be Welsh. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Oh, I don't trust him doing the translation. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMay University's medical facility. Oh my. What a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. That's true, actually. That is true. I mean, we can't argue with facts. Right? This is a courtroom, after all. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Oh, yeah. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you obviously will do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes. Alright, stop stroking each other's balls. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Oh. "3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? He says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? No. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photograph? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of this crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was very frightening. And sorrowful sight. You mean to say? Yes. It would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused standing right there in this courtroom shot the victim in cold blood? And they're gonna simp for her so hard. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? This is sham. This is shamtastic. We have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. It looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court exactly the nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight that you described. She agrees. Thank you, Batman. Alright, here we go. We have to find some holes here, team. Find the holes. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. They also had wine at the table. It could have been water, I suppose. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Well, that makes sense. I believe you. This is a condemning testimony? I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. He's so annoying, though. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she was today. Huh. What does that tell us, team? She could have hid a gun in that swan, easy. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a gun. Yeah, I completely... Yeah, absolutely. There is no way you could conceal a gun in this giant, poofy outfit. Where could a woman possibly hide a small gun? I think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. It's the hat! Boy, I was allowed to lift up her dress and prove it. Please don't go down that road. I don't need that in my life. Don't think about doing anything rash. Well, I didn't find the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Alright, we can cross-examine. Alright, the wine is the only thing I'm thinking of. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. To talk about what? Espresso. After 2 PM, in fact. That's really quite late lunch, isn't it? When I have breakfast. You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. No? A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research lab, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which was why it was so late. They're very hung up on having lunch at 2 PM, which is a completely reasonable time to have lunch. Yes, yes, that makes a lot of sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. But what about the wine?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? That was because he had just had a tooth removed at the Hota Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? Seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. That would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? What about the wine? That's right, yes. That print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. What a harrowing experience. To have travelled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. The weird thing is, and you're right about this, the professor is sat at the table place where the steak is. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. There's only one glass. What do you think about the witness's last statement? It's meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett. has a profound bearing on this case. Now, fascinating. Do tell us what the profound bearing is. Come on. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to testimony. Well sidestepped. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to add it to your official testimony. Gladly. She said... That was brilliant. Okay, I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope that there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that. Okay. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the person I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Right, should we present the evidence that there's only one glass at this table? I'm going for it.
Yes!
Yes! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photograph. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. That is, it's odd, very odd. What looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. Yes. The cheers. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. Well, if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Yes, because this is how it works. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? It means they had an argument. Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course I didn't. I would never do something so reckless. But there should be 2 glasses on this table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? Explain the clink, Hosanaga! The clink! You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table? She stole? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all. Good gracious. There, as I assured the court before, there's no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? Oh my god, this guy is such a tier 3 sub, it's unbelievable. He loves it, man. OnlyFans? Any OnlyFanners? Oh, really? Did we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? Mischief? No, no, no. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know. Where did she hide the glass? Yeah, how did you take the glass? You haven't got any pockets? It would seem that she slipped it into a handbag. Praise the purpose! A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Yeah, no poor people have handbags. The beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No! If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's the handbag, for fuck's sake. The lady put the glass in the handbag, you say? Yes, you tried to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was the handbag. A Michael Kors, no less. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. Oh, that's true. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. Oh, like you knew. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
Now. Good luck with all the new content you're trying to make. What I have seen until
Can't
now,
seriously
I
be
really like
suggesting.
keep doing what you're
Inspector
doing.
Hosanaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Mr. Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Order in the court. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Bombshell. Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Zama? Oh, he's bleeding. Oh, no. He's doing it again. Oh, get out, man. You're losing so much blood. What a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? In what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer here, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh my god! It's a video of you shooting the professor! This photograph. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. What's that? What is this? That's it. That's him. That's the body. Chicago Bulls. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. But the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. There was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping proving that, Naruto-san. I think it's in the Swan as well. The Swan is guilty. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Alright, let's take a deeper look here. Hold on. I think you've had it long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. What? The court has now been shown consider... Hold on. Hold the phone. We'll go... It does look like a bull. Do you think the glass did it? I still think it's the baby. Oh, what was on the plate? I don't think the plate's relevant now. No. Check the plate. Check the table again. What do you think you've seen? Yeah, don't spoil. I didn't see whatever the spoiler was, though, so we're still good. The bull? You got an eye for detail. What does that mean? It's a cult? Of beef? It means the plate was hot and branded him. So he was eating the steak? Or is it a cult of beef? What does the burn mark imply? He ignored the doctor's orders? Who would eat a steak after having a tooth removed? That's madness! Madness! It could be big beef behind it all. As the photograph print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt on this matter. I must make my ruling? No! Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Get your head up, son! Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma. I'm sorry. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. You can't just say you've run out of time on cross-examination. That doesn't happen. You can't do that.
There are just cocks just all around me. And I'm working it.
This is such bull.
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. The dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph that detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. There is, though! I will now proceed immediately. Can I not interject? Objection! It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Having considered all of the evidence placed before me...
Yes!
Wait. I don't think you can rule this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives the ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photograph princess appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. And I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail,
Objection.
then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is straw clutching. Look at this photograph. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day of the question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly. The new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes? Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze.
Oh, I knew.
But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Take another look at the photograph. You will identify to the court where in this print we see the significant details to which you have alluded. Right goddamn there. What? No? What? There! Uh-oh.
Yes!
Look at this here. Oh, it didn't flash! That's what I was looking for, the flash. That's what it showed us earlier. There's a very unusual mark on this victim's wrist. That is true. Looks almost like a burn of some description. Ah! Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificence of this magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem exam. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. This is just a shambles of an investigation. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? Yes, we do. And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Archie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. I need Columbo. Just one more thing. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment. Oh, she's busy. Oh, well, excuse me. You would like to know she may be excused from the stand now. Of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryusuke? You believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I am sure! I'm sure! I don't keep pushing that it's all over, so I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? Judo chop! If we could just link that burn to the case. If we could do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence... Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the colour draining from Miss Brett's... Really? There's no way there's colour draining from this face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. The time to find evidence that proves what that burn really means. The gavel's fallen. The defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this. Right here.
Yes.
What's this? Another photo? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographs are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may never have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us just a little bit longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photo. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist, you might ask? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? Can't fool me with your bluffs, boy. And if that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court what you mean. What is in this photograph explains the reason for the victim's burn.
Yes.
Boom. The steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Oh my god. Are you okay? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival, which you should have known about, Mr. Inspector Waiterman. Oh. You're a terrible copper, by the way. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are the same shape. Good God. Genius. Spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It's most likely happened at some other related time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, prosecutor Archie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Why is that? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Hosonaga? I can't imagine missing such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
And there you have it. Something is suspect. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 sole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any day before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Almost don't believe it. Do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we would arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes. It's only possible if the man was already dead. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Madness, I say! Order, please. Explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts! No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It is you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet, Professor? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it is true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your lunch engagement. But, Your Excellency... The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. She speaks Japanese. Son of a bitch! Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. True. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. She's a racist! A racist! But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. Oi, oi! That's me! So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honoured by this lavish consideration you're so graciously afforded us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. A swan's giving me the stink eye. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting. Alright. The victim's death. Here we go. Right, looking for the holes, team. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Well, but we need to prove poison. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. What are we going to say? We want to give the glass a sniff? We want to sniff a glass? Easy does it now. Make her lick it! It's only carbonated water after all. I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with that coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks. Was that a prayer? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. I'm put up with cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. Alright, this is it. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Alright. Well, it's the glass. We need to link it to the glass And have her lick the glass. Or something like that. Or we can have a sniff. The victim's death. I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without a trace, please do show me. So, let's press her on this.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt... Isn't that right, Inspector Husanaga? As I said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true, but maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honour, I, Ouchie, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. He's going to kill for her now. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Alright. Alright, we need some evidence. What can we get from this? There's no, like, stabbing on the cork. Yeah, it's either this or the handbag photo. The other glass is empty. But how do we link this to poison? Yeah, they both made the toast. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Go back. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Right, can we press evidence here that the empty glass? Yeah, we know she took the glass. She's admitted to taking the glass. We need to prove that the glass was empty and they didn't toast. We could read the autopsy again. Let's have a look. Time of death, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. So that's nothing to do with that. The bottle's corked. It was used. The bottle's corked. So it was open. Oh, wait. Is it full? Hard to tell. Glass is empty there. Yeah, the second glass is in a handbag. We know about the second glass. Yeah, the glass is empty there. The bottle is closed. It's corked, so you can put a cork back in. Well, they're saying it's carbonated water. Yeah, she's got the glass. It's in her handbag. The other glass is here. How is the glass empty? I mean, she could say she drank it before putting the glass. They toasted, so she drank what was in the glass, right? Yeah, let's press for the details.
Yes!
I'm not sure the bottle is full. It's hard to tell from the picture. You were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Yeah, but that only proves he drank the thing. They swapped the glass. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak on the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. And for the benefit of the others in the court, it seems bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Yeah, we do have proof.
Yes.
No, I didn't want to press that. It's my fault. Yeah, fatal hemorrhage, yes. Lucky for all of us. That's my fault, I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, and there's no other signs of trauma. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. That's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already been dead at that point. And yet the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, it's a complete waste of time. I concur. Okay. Right. I need to go backwards. We need to go back to the toast. Let's go back to the toast. I will show the picture of the glass. There we go. Right, present. This one. I think. Alright, I'm gonna go for this one.
Yes.
I think these are tries before we fail. Okay, that's a fail. That's a fail. Alright. Alright. If there's some way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes.
She must know about poison. So, yeah, okay, we have done this one. Alright, so we've got to do the last one. Why is no one bringing up poison? You're killing my soul! The last one is about her inferior investigative techniques. Yeah, it's the one which one do we show the picture of it on, though? I can only think it's the one with the toast. Yeah, but we have to do it on the right comment. I agree it's the handbag one, but we have to do it on the right one. Let's press her on this and see what she says. Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction... He drank the water! Afterwards! It doesn't even occur to your naive detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I've tried to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? The lady is formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie has finally started to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Risunuki? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. As I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. Okay. Alright, we'll have to use the handbag one. There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. About Miss Brett? No, actually, about the waiter. Inspector Hosonaga, the detective. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If I might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. Okay, so it can change if we double press. But this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. How do I do that? He must have drank some of the fluid. Alright, this one. Let's go.
Yes!
Yes, that's why the photograph has a full picture of the glass, a glass with water in it, and then while he's taking the pictures, he took a drink of it. You investigate once, that's the end of it. No, the poison was still on the table. That's why there's a difference between the glass having liquid in it and then not between the photographs. Which is that even if the investigation... Can I do anything with this? There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. You gotta kill him with your sword? It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice that this is going to get really intense in a later case, this is still the frigging tutorial. Alright then. So first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind.
Wait.
Alright, can I move it now? A and D. D, D.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Excuse me, mate! Excuse me! Excuse me, bruv! So sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was deeply lost in his thoughts. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Using my mental powers. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. Is there anything you'd like to say? Please share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. Judo chop! The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. Oh, she's not happy. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Did you drink the evidence? A crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anybody says. Alright, we'll let her go. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. We're going to get her to drink it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Alright, okay. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. How could you possibly know that? What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume your cross-examination. Hold! Alright, we're going in. What can we see? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. It's massively unhelpful. Is there like a hole in here? Or something like that? What can we glean from this? Does that mean there's some in it? This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Alright, how do we utilize that to our advantage? The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. It's on PC. It came to PC finally. Ask the waiter to drink it. I can't do that until he sort of reacts. I can't do it till he reacts. I have no idea when the ballman permanently twists like that. Press I raised our glasses in a toast. How do we link this together? Yeah, I think it might be this one. Alright, let's present the bottle here. Okay. Don't drink it. You have to present it. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't present the evidence. Can I present it like this? Yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. The water? Bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. I'm referring to poison. There we go. We got there. We got there. Poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Odd. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip poison into his drink? Only one person who could have possibly done it. Jezale Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this Whoa. Whoa. Hey. I'll calm down, eh? Let's take a moment. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? You just snapped. Oh, the courtesy. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, milady, to what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe? Question mark. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? No way! Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? He checked it for poison? No! No, no way! I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find? He's lying! I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at present time. It's from... We could find no trace of poison. It's in the glass! Yes! Sure. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Oh! No! It was English poison. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. Of course, dear lady. The pleasure was all ours. Ah! This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you. I think this cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? The glass! The glass, goddammit! I'm sorry. I have nothing more. If you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. No! No.
Hold it.
Oh! What? The ghost lady with the saves! The professor sent her to the lab to check for English poison! Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sasuto Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? His daughter? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Oh no! Oh no! This is, I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised at this point if like a snake falls out of the floor or the ceiling or something and talks to us. We're finishing this case. All right. What's she got? Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. Are we really going to take this seriously? Are we? The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there is no time. Please simply accept this for now. What, she can't even say who she is? What is it? A report about something. Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. She was researching English poison. The Englishwoman's. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty, and I borrowed this paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I have no idea. I found a book at university in a lab. Stop the trial. I have no idea what's in it at all. I have absolutely no idea what's written inside this book. But stop the trial. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of Kara and its effects on human subjects. I haven't poisoned many people. Kara? Poison? Kara, what is that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. It is poison. There was too little time for me to read it in detail. I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Alright. Goodbye then. And good luck. Godspeed, Matobo. Alright, let's take a look, see what we got. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Oh, shut the... I've spoken like 4.5 hours of words. I said one word incorrectly. Is that what this is going to be? Is that what it's going to be? Could she have... I asked the prosecution and the defense. Now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but we do! The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. I'm not searching her for a blowpipe. If only I could look under her skirt. What mysteries we might solve beneath the skirt. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence just a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. But tea time, though! Oh, no! I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Mr. Giselle Brett, we understand you are studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, mayhaps, into deadly poison? Poison. Where are you going with this, Council? A toxin known as Kara, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
Complete and utter nonsense. Kara, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Kara before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Kara. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Order! Order! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Kara has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists to lace their arrows. The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Kara suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! Trumpery, I say! Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. It's a paralytic! You've just read this! Be better at your job! According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim doesn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Kara was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse to the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. It's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Kara poison. Well. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy little tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever. It is you who must be taught. Oh, of course. Dear lady. Please, may I suck your toes? So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, that feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. It's poor form, I say. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see him. Why not? Don't give the accused evidence! Oh, no. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. We know it's in the glass! Jeez. What's he doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. They're all waiting for it to die. Wait for it. Wait for it. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So no Kara. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've been given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most... No, don't let her go! No! No! How did she do it? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade... She's got to drop a pun. Will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? No! Because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. She doesn't have the cure. She poisoned the glass. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. There is no poison in that bottle. What? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining, until it is as dark as the uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this colour is supposed to represent?
That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Counsel. For which you will be penalized? No way! Holy crap! Those last through the entire case? From start to finish, we can only get evidence wrong 5 times. Okay. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, this whole trial is poisoned! There has to have been poison in that bottle. Isn't there? No. We have all the clues. Wait, it's going round again! It's not the glass! It's not the glass! Check the book. Oh, it needs to go through a wound. It needs to go through a wound. Yeah, it needs to go through a wound, right? She had to read it through the run. Yeah. The mouth wound. Oh, of course! You guys are so smart. The culprit did put Kirara poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. Serious? Are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. Yes, we did see that, didn't we? That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How? How exactly? I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. It is. Mouth wound. The medical card. Yeah, he ingested the poison. She lined it up with his dental appointment. He was getting his tooth extracted. The poison went in through the wound. She's a wily one. She's British, so you've got to expect that. Really above everybody else, empire-wise. Yeah, skip.
Yes.
Seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. You'll have to think harder than that. What? That's wrong? You have to do the book first? Oh, we're getting close to screwing this up. Stay calm, stay calm. No, we're right.
Yes.
To answer this riddle, it's right here in Miss Brett's own research report. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. The impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Sato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to consider its entirety by the court. You'll direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Shit. Let me check. Hold on. It's not the synopsis. Route of entry. There we go. Alright, special characteristics.
We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison today. We don't know of it. It's not native to our lands yet, Miss Bretts. She knows all about it. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. That's the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Good point. So surely the hunters would want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. That would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. Research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? Makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Ah, the swan's alive! Sweet Jesus! Why? It's a living swan on a head! You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... Shut up! So, the little ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that this effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. So now it's the mouth wound! Well, of course. Gastric suckers. What are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Right. ChunkeyNinja! Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you very much. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the yeses and the shams. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Yeah, medical record time. You're going down, Brett. You're going down. Order in the court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes. This curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? Welling up inside me. Never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey!
Thank you, Hosai Yamasaki. I salute to you, sir. Thank you very much. I don't think so, Mr. Sale Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? My mask has grown tenfold in the time we've been talking here. You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You were alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you must provide compelling evidence, as we know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curar? And I tell you now, Judge. Take that! Take that! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the Professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curara are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound? A wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water. Inside? Yes. Like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. She... laughing. I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't. There can't be more. There's no way she gets out of this, right? These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. She's scarpered! No. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. How careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence might have just been tragically destroyed. The Englishwoman. She just smashed the bottle and into the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of that water from the broken bottle as possible. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench, shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left, in fact, intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? More evidence? Of course, you're referring to this photo, I presume, dear lady. That's right. I'm really looking at this photo. It's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front was the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No. You killed the victim that day. Using Kara.
And then in order to frame Ryunusaki Naruto for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. And in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor on his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. I delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunusaki Naruto. There's no way this would... No! This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her. But now is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunusaki. Yes. We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean?
Is this
We've
what
lost a
happens
vital
in
piece of
your
evidence. It's
smile?
true. So if there's any clues left for us now, they must be in your head. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing that we could really depend upon. It's true, but I didn't manage to note that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So I think back again now, try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every colour, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every colour. Blood on the plate. Kazuma, right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Would there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Did the waiter do it? I'm not even trolling. I'm not even trolling at this point. Is that the... Blood for the gunshot wound? Yeah, it could be. But I kind of suspect with the twists and turns this takes that now the waiter's involved. I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything... If we believe it's something incredibly obvious, like the baby did it, then it's just, it can't be. Yes. Okay, yes, there's no exit wound. Okay. Okay, we all have some of our sleeve. Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows the doctor was real Crispin is. Okay. Alright.
Take that!
Take that! Inspector Husanaga, answer me this! What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
If this guy's had a... Oh. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photograph with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of that plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. Oh, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there is no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. I beg your pardon. This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. I brought the steak. Inspector, you mean... Yes! I have the plate! In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, me and all! And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you've been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak the sergeant had been eating. I have all the steak. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Bring forth the plate. Inspector. This court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. All right. He even has the steak still. Sorry for the delay. Is there blood on this plate? Here is what you ordered. The steak. Oh, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there's no blood. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man! The blood! Show the court! Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. He wiped it on his goddamn towel, didn't he? No blood anyway. Is this the wrong steak? We need to compare the steaks in the photographs. Impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. That's a different steak. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. It so looks like a Pokemon. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Yes, the swan's alive. Are you dumb? Of course the swan's alive. Sisk, I couldn't agree more. What are you going to wear? A dead swan on your head? Dumbass. Of course it's alive. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at a courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! The sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Okay. We have the stake. We'll investigate the stake. It's a plate I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination. We're going in. It's the missing coin! Good gravy! What in the world is this? I think it's a Coban coin. And the hallmark is from the High Era, I believe. I don't mean, what is it? I mean, what is it doing there? Wait. Did you say it was a High Coban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a High Coban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion before bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. Oh, God!
I don't think you'll never bullion. What's that food?
That's steak, then. It's not for you. Come here. Goblin boy! Little goblin. Okay. Okay. This means it's the sergeant's stake. Is there any other evidence on here? This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? Is it a cow? Obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware, so this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? We look closer. I certainly never expect to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the High Era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's marinated, which makes it extra tasty. What are you thinking? Eating it? No, no. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up that meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryun. A Coban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. That's right. This is it now. I've lost. No! Ryu. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel is flung. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for my... I've done that already. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was gone to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. You think there's something else on the bites? I think we checked the bites, didn't we? Oh, there. No, this is lifting it up. Yeah. Yeah, that's the clue. We know it's the sergeant's steak. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak, beef boy. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. Counsel for the defense, you'll now clearly show the court to what you're alluding. Where precisely this beefsteak is the new clue to be found. Right under here, Your Honor. What the hell is this? And the hallmark is from the Hoyer. Okay, we're making sure we got this. The sergeant's steak. This is the first time? Yes, yes, yes. Are we not objecting? Yeah, we read this. Come on, come on! There's only one logical explanation.
Got it!
Good gracious. Coban. What on earth? Oh, you're one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Judo chop! Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare hoi koban just happens to be underneath a piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare hoi koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now that I don't even have, actually. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it is doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner, Rasu Tai Kyurio Kareta-san. Kyuri? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. Gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? What were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoyer koban, my prized coin. And this Hoyer koban, do you mean to tell me? Oh, no, no. Please. Why would Karuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beef and its plate? It makes no sense!
Yes.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Karuta-san back to the witness stand. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Get him in! Get him in! Get him in! But I have a strong hunch. Does that mean the baby's back? Oh, yeah. What is this all about? What, I've been called up again? Do you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Adio? Ido. When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Looks it, actually. Absolute circus. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasutai shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Karakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasutai memory serves... You threw a knife near a baby. Okay? Calm down. You threw a knife at a baby. Alright? Stand over there. Resplendent, splendiferous high treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It's fine in his foot. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between beef and a plate, soaked in its seasoned, juicy meats. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means the sergeant hid it to steal it from you. Somebody concealed my high treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Excuse me. Could I say something? Of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Oh my god, the other case is here. Oh, sweet Jesus. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Oh, not now. Not now. Come on. No Fs. I took the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief. No, not now! Hold it together. Hold it together. Not safe, not safe. It's dropping by the second. You can do it, internet. It's okay, it's okay. I'm going to reset the connection. We are going to drop the stream for a sec, but we'll be back. Here we go.